more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments, but let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only
I'm saying to you, no, I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. And I think they like Trump's image and the character.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
Because he offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work, did the gender gap with women, did black women, white women, Hispanic women? We still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right, more to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us. Movement from the Mar-a-Lago Trump group, including former President Trump, who is in a very good position to be the next president this evening as well, is heading over to the Trump headquarters where there are a few thousand people who have gathered for this evening. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Obviously, when he shows up there, we will take you there live.
Well, those guys had two Make America Great hats on.
I saw someone with a really large one. Yeah.
As we look now at what we have, Pennsylvania. Is this a call, ladies and gentlemen? We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former President Donald J. will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen. Ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in 1892.
Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts. They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president, and his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "We don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor, he could have come back in 1968 and become president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was facing many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dan.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like. That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager, very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it. All of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump, no matter what was said about him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, you know, last night at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected again, basically you can just write America off, like America's just gonna fall apart. That's obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country, as I said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold, and it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's the single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he would said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about them in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. The Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. The revolution rolls on, and this is not just a victory for the White House tonight, but also this is the end of the old Republican Party. which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party, and he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything, all of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm in his term. 2018. They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022, which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now. Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to understand that the people have spoken, and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken, and he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
I love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years, and in a way reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500, because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
So you're buying later.
Speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to.
And he got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters? But
court for that.
Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere. And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them?
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way when you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same
and then she's
affliction
out of there.
hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in 2024.
She's the same person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
But Karen, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt, I agree with you on unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win, and I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear him.
They're there. And he's definitely.
A lot of people are still up.
The question is, how much of the national TV audience is?
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa, at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in a town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision. And decisions clear the way for harmony and peace. There
are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward. Brett, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden in my view, when Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those 2 Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate, at which point old Biden started getting, these historical sugar plums dancing in his head and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR.
Oh,
He
yeah,
was going to be the next
FDR.
FDR.
Next FDR. He's going to out-Obama Obama. Remember that?
Yep.
Well, and that, in my view, that was he would have been, if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate, first thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember he said he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR.
Right.
So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will, fairly
with the last
shortly, yes, exactly, has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska is going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk count now project, though, Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th President of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
If you have generalized myasthenia gravis, picture what life could look like with Vyvgart Hytrulo, a subcutaneous injection that takes about 30 to 90
Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. We see thousands of people waiting, and we are about to hear from the next president of the United States. He will be 45 and 47, and we're waiting for him to join the room. We'll take you there, obviously, as soon as that gets underway. In the meantime, Grady Trimble is in Michigan. Let's get a quick update just outside of Detroit. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, people were getting a little bit tired here, but then the call for Pennsylvania was like a jolt of electricity through this room at the Michigan GOP watch party, and the crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, 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 as it now appears he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio. Was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Hovde in Wisconsin, leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen. Wow. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way. And in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of this story. Hopefully we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well, and that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee-White, and Jono Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Kaylee McGee-White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted. Kaylee.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump, and we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump, will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this has become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. So they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic. Yeah, and I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to jump back. Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they've doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris' campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he really know Washington, and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire, now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy in all these people's faces. Think about the angst and all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former President, now soon-to-be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country, and then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago, and I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that. But I think he will, a liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again. Yeah. And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him, and I think he should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
What do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We'll focus now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong?
I think it's going to be agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party was smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious, and you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone. Kayla, I was reminded of your words, and reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, who are Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that, who seem to abandon everything they ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
We'll get to the never-Trumpers soon enough, and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personality. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed a call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him. And I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them too. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They had him in the courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him. And whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with that. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I got a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while. but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the
And she
people
didn't
around
earn
him
it.
have to be gracious too. I think I know
that's a
him as well
different
as you, but
issue.
I
Yeah,
think
that's a
the people
different
around him can be gracious as
That's a
well.
different question.
We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a
And when
check
you
you can
look at
write to
the-
for every American? What did you
About
say?
$50, if not $40.
About $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable. This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
You know what I was struck by? The
Rogan
final-
and Musk and the rest of
The
them.
final ads where
They were excellent.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight.
Absolutely.
Warrior
And
president.
it worked.
Yep. Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. That was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Yeah.
I mean, the adversity he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble, are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No, I
Maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Housing, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they couldn't believe it that this happened tonight and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called, and so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm, at the convention center.
At the convention center, let them have their moment without anyone. I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak public.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup in front of
Get it over with.
Yes, all of her people were already there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that
But they
people
were,
used to.
they were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be the red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow.
So she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris is a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says we don't surrender, fight, 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 we get back up, I just think I think that's what it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. No one gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. You know, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an immense success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the Vice President to get to the presidency. Only two have done it, and that is Mark Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. You know, the question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kayleigh, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcasts. It is, you know, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for president? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcasts? As much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck, or President Trump at McDonald's, these viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation. And what does the Republican Party look like going forward? It's a broad coalition. It's an exciting coalition, and I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no limit on credit card interest rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
You know, I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, 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 you can't fabricate, no consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this sounding?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help, They could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee.
But I don't know that
who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go. But that makes sense.
I don't think you can pass over an African American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they could have passed over.
But if he left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
But I mean, but Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You got Andy Beshear, you got Josh Shapiro, you got Gretchen Whitmer.
That's a different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, who were not from
the old days
party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think, Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. We've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that this speech,
I was going way back.
we're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? He's coming, but there may not be.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, like, wow, he's still talking. It was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line, to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours, and part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends, and that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here, so I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up, and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Haley, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be that she had too much time, not enough time. She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well, she doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally would like to thank the women of The View tonight for asking this question, for having her on. Oprah, We see you, and so on and so forth. People thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person, and they see two different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum, and we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her. And I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost. Right. I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View, and a week or so ago, they were saying, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama.
And Joe Scarborough saying, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
I will say when we talk about The View, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave, and he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been, and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country, and that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency, and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think that Donald Trump, who goes with his instincts, is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls
will be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Radcliffe.
Can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole, and then you have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, his lovely wife Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works, that this is American democracy in our republic working.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, and it looks like at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It will celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue of abortion, because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if, you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands, were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that kind of, manipulating, it doesn't win.
And narrow casting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down, and I think Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course people care, but we care about many things. Just as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers politically. But Martha, something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout for the Democrat. And they did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at this popular vote. And it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president. The presidential race was not a proxy for your position on abortion. By the way, somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million in this country out of the $16 billion Brett is talking about. $37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. It's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and the betting markets. Trey, at this point, it's at about 66% that Republicans hold on to the House as they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral college landslide. Should he control the White House, the Senate, and the House, like he did at the beginning in 2016, the possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake will not be made this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. There is a plan being formulated by Mike Johnson right now, and John Thune or John Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority leader. The mistakes of 2016, I think we were surprised that he won. I'm not saying he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I will remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton. She's been through enough. There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's been through enough. I wish my Democrat friends would say the same thing about him and say enough is enough. Drop the cases in New York and Georgia. Biden shouldn't wait on Donald Trump to end these federal cases. They should be ended by Joe Biden. If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice system to try to win political races.
We are still following these Senate races, and as we wait for the former president, by the way, there's Nigel Farage there talking in the crowd there. Britt, this is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close, expected to be close. Mike Rogers, he was a long shot at one point against Alyssa Slotkin.
Good candidate.
In Michigan, good candidate.
Strong candidate.
Former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Right.
But Sam Brown was left, essentially, he was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list.
Nope.
Likely switching.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, but I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in over Jackie Rosen.
How much?
Renews our understanding that candidate quality matters.
Yep.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans in the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see where Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Hovde in Wisconsin?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and We're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here,
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball, a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're always on the run now, running There's objects too. So like objects like the law enforcement. You need someone to be particular. And the guy who hired him probably sweating for huge breath of fresh air for Baldwin is saying they're going to. So I think this is Trump called. We'll see. Trump called in conjunction with oversight here. Could be something. They didn't do all of this. You're right, sir. Yeah. I was like, that was a long run, a short run, like, if you're coming back down.
That's why I was wondering, because I told
Thousand thanks, right? It's on the side. I took notification.
All right. Thank you so much. No. Stop. It's on the side door. Other side. Other side, right there.
There you go.
intelligence.
Yes.
It's okay.
Thank you. shield and pull like a grip.
Follow that cart.
Yes, it's all going back to. Yes. Just I put that farther. You can appreciate that. The ones that have two. Oh yeah. They're all made by U.S. subjects, and so he was going to be some person that had issues with the machine. He was there to
think there are so many people still that don't like my life.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
This is a breaking alert that has just moved on the AP wire. The Associated Press has called the presidency for Republican Donald Trump. This call comes after the AP determined that Trump was the winner of the battleground state of Wisconsin, whose 10 electoral votes put him over the threshold of the 270 needed to be declared the winner of the race for the White House. Vote counting in some states is still ongoing. At this hour, we do have an update on the electoral votes for each candidate. Trump has 277, and Democrat Kamala Harris has 224. This is a moment of history for the United States. Trump is only the second U.S. president ever elected to return to the White House after losing it. He's also the first president elected after being convicted on dozens of felony charges. Trump campaigned heavily on several issues, among them reform of the U.S. immigration system and the economy, both of which he framed as areas in which Americans are suffering during a Democratic presidential administration. Data from AP Votecast shows us that Trump's supporters were largely motivated on these two issues. In addition to that live voting map that you can see on your screen, there is also in the lower right-hand corner Mar-a-Lago, which is Donald Trump's Florida home, and in the lower left, the White House, to which he is now set to return next year. This marks the end of AP's Election Night live stream program. Thank you for joining us for this inaugural broadcast. You can always find updates on AP's election coverage at apnews.com, where we will continue to bring you political news in all formats, as well as more race calls in the contest in which AP is yet to declare winners. That's all from me for now. I'm Meg Kennard in Washington. Good night.
Die hören nichts. Die hören nichts? Nein, kommt nichts raus. Noch? Nee. Also das Bitboard kommt nichts. Ja, ja, Steckerposition. Was? Ja, klar. Steckerposition? Ja, Steckerposition. €5 gewesen.
Wir waren es nicht.
Oh, jetzt zappelt auch was.
Ja, zappelt.
So, jetzt besser? Gut. Also die Geräte müssen mal eingeschaltet bleiben, ja?
Das weiß ich
Ja.
nicht.
Bitbox eingeschaltet.
uralt unterwegs. Ja, der müsste sowieso gehen. Sonntag. Samstag war ganz viel. Mal durch. Freut sich Nicole wieder. Klasse von hier nach Bollywood.
Wer ist der Dienst? Wer ist der Dienst?
Aber jetzt habe ich ja als neue Wehrgesetz. Ja, was sagt er denn? Stehen wir da 4 Fahnen. Das ist ein bisschen komisch. Stimmt, das steht schon die ganze Zeit hinter ein. Richtig steht. Links europäisch. Ich glaube, der steht rechts hinter der deutschen Fahne. Weil die so schön weit ist. Oder der ist schon berührt. Steht da eigentlich ein Cappuccino? Links ist jetzt zum Kaffee. Zu der Schau. Durchsichtiges, ökonomisch durchsichtiges Pilz. Durchsichtiges Pilz. Das wird jetzt vorgestellt. Was ist eine Tasche?
Noch nicht. Noch 14,5, das sollte reichen. Jo. Also nicht reden. Okay.
Was? Schnittbilder.
Schnittbilder. Oder einen Schalter ran.
Nein, das ist ein Schalter.
Schalter.
Die Amerikanerinnen und Amerikaner haben gewählt. Donald Trump hat die Wahl klar gewonnen. Dazu gratuliere ich ihm. Präsident Trump wird sein Amt in einer Zeit großer Herausforderungen und Krisen antreten. Bei ihrer Bewältigung kommen den Vereinigten Staaten und ihren Präsidenten eine zentrale Rolle zu. Deshalb hat eine Präsidentschaftswahl in den USA immer Auswirkungen über Amerika hinaus. Noch ist die neue amerikanische Regierung nicht im Amt. An vielen Stellen wird sie ihren künftigen Kurs erst selbst noch definieren. Für uns ist deshalb umso wichtiger, dass wir weiter unsere Gesprächskanäle nach Washington nutzen, dass wir schnell Arbeitsbeziehungen mit der künftigen US-Regierung aufbauen und unsere Standpunkte angleichen. Sicher wird vieles unter einer von Donald Trump geführten Regierung anders. Das hat Donald Trump auch immer öffentlich klargemacht. Unsere Botschaften sind klar. Erstens, Deutschland bleibt ein verlässlicher transatlantischer Partner. Wir wissen um den Beitrag, den wir für diese Partnerschaft leisten und auch in Zukunft leisten werden. Das gilt auch mit Blick auf die Bedrohung, die Russland nach Auffassung aller NATO-Alliierten für die Sicherheit im euroatlantischen Raum darstellt. Zweitens, die Europäische Union muss eng zusammenstehen und geschlossen handeln. Als deutscher Bundeskanzler wirke ich darauf hin. Ich habe mich heute mit Präsident Macron ausgetauscht. Morgen treffen wir in Budapest die anderen Staats- und Regierungschefs aus Europa. Wir werden uns dort eng abstimmen und das auch in den kommenden Wochen fortsetzen. Alle europäischen Länder haben in den vergangenen Jahren mehr Verantwortung übernommen für die Sicherheit unseres Kontinents, für die Unterstützung der Ukraine, für die Unabhängigkeit Europas in Wirtschafts- und Energiefragen. Das alles sind und bleiben Themen, in denen wir als Europäer gemeinsame Interessen mit den USA haben. Darauf werden wir aufbauen. Daraus folgt mein dritter Punkt. Von der transatlantischen Partnerschaft profitieren beide Seiten. Die EU und die USA sind zwei ähnlich große Wirtschaftsräume, verbunden durch die engsten wirtschaftlichen Beziehungen weltweit. Deutschland und die Vereinigten Staaten sind sich in einer über Jahrzehnte gewachsenen Partnerschaft, ja Freundschaft verbunden. Unsere menschlichen Verbindungen in die USA sind enger als in jedes andere Land außerhalb Europas. Millionen amerikanische Bürger haben deutsche Wurzeln. Und deshalb gilt, we are better off together. Gemeinsam können wir viel mehr durchsetzen als gegeneinander. Einen letzten Gedanken möchte ich noch anschließen. Wir alle haben den Wahlkampf in den USA in den zurückliegenden Wochen miterlebt. Wir haben gesehen, wie sehr die Amerikanerinnen und Amerikaner zwischen den beiden großen politischen Lagern gespalten sind, auch wie sehr das auch Familien, Freunde, Kolleginnen und Kollegen, ja ein ganzes Land zerreißen kann. Meine feste Überzeugung ist, ein Land ist umso größer und stärker, je enger seine Bürgerinnen und Bürger zusammenstehen. Ich wünsche mir, dass wir in Deutschland zusammenbleiben. Wir mögen unterschiedliche politische und gesellschaftliche Auffassungen haben, aber wir leben in einem Land. Uns eint mehr, als uns trennt. Auch dieser Gedanke gehört für mich hierher, nicht nur am heutigen Tag. Schönen Dank.
Мои коллеги, добрый день. Очень рад всех вас видеть. Сегодня у нас большое, значимое событие. Да, приветствую всех. Событие связано с масштабным развитием Арктики, Сибири, Дальнего Востока. Сегодня в Санкт-Петербурге со стапелей Балтийского завода на воду будет спущен новый атомный ледокол «Чукотка». Поздравляю всех с этим важным этапом в истории нашего современного ледокольного флота. И, конечно, благодарю специалистов, которые участвуют в этой работе, за ответственность и высокий профессионализм. Атомный ледокол «Чукотка» станет уже 4-м серийным ледоколом этого проекта. Это серийный, а до этого был еще один. Кроме того, на Балтийском заводе строятся еще 2 корабля такого же класса – «Якутия» и «Ленинград». А в следующем году, как и договаривались, должен быть заложен ледокол «Сталинград» этой же серии. Кроме того, на дальневосточной верфи «Звезда» строится атомный ледокол нового поколения «Лидер», самый мощный. Создание таких мощных, современных судов – еще одно воплощение индустриального, научного, кадрового и технологического потенциала России. Именно так, на базе собственных технологий и прорывных научных решений, должна развиваться вся отечественная экономика. Вновь подчеркну. От укрепления ледокольного флота страны прямо зависит реализация наших планов по обустройству арктических территорий, по наращиванию грузопотока на трассах Северного морского пути. Здесь у нас, как известно, амбициозные цели. Работы впереди много. С учетом этого предлагаю в дальнейшем провести специальное совещание по этой тематике. Глубоко проработать, подготовить и в комплексе обсудить все вопросы, касающиеся перспективного развития Северного морского пути. Выйти при этом на конкретные предметные решения. Именно так в свое время мы подошли к вопросам развития восточного полигона модернизации БАМа и Транссиба. В частности, нужно подумать над формированием более эффективных тарифов на ледокольную проводку грузов, чтобы возможность пользоваться такими услугами была у большего числа перевозчиков, отправителей. Тем более, что с каждым годом интерес к этому маршруту растет как со стороны российских, так и зарубежных компаний, и, уверен, будет расти. В целом, нам предстоит заметно нарастить безопасность и надежность судоходства в этом регионе. Для этого продолжим улучшать качество спутниковой навигации, связи, мониторинга ледовой обстановки. Будем модернизировать инфраструктуру арктических портов, прокладывать к ним необходимые железнодорожные магистрали. Речь в том числе о расширении и увеличении мощностей ближних и дальних железнодорожных подходов к Мурманскому транспортному узлу, а также о строительстве северного широтного хода с перспективными выходами к портам Ямала, Таймыра и севера Красноярского края. И в завершение хочу пожелать кораблестроителям, другим участникам наших арктических проектов дальнейшей продуктивной работы, новых больших свершений на благо России. Пожалуйста, слово министру промышленности и торговли Антону Андреевичу Алиханову. Антон Андреевич, прошу вас.
Уважаемый Владимир Владимирович, наши судостроители продолжают наращивать российский ледокольный флот, который является самым крупным в мире. С 2016 года со стапелей Балтийского завода сошли и работают в акватории Северного морского пути 3 атомохода нового поколения. Это Арктика, Сибирь, Урал. Сегодня эту группировку пополнит ледокол «Чукотка», мы спускаем его на воду, и в ближайшие недели ожидаем передачу еще одного ледокола «Якутия», который готов более чем на 95%. Продолжением этой серии, как вы уже сказали, Владимир Владимирович, станут атомоходы «Ленинград» и «Сталинград», а флагманом будет уникальный атомный ледокол «Россия» типа «Лидер» на 120 мегаватт. Его строительство сейчас ведется на верфи «Звезда» в Приморском крае, а также рассматривается возможность размещения на этих мощностях заказов на 4 дизель-электрических ледокола. Их появление высвободит более мощные атомоходы для работы в восточном секторе Севморпути, который отличается более тяжелой ледовой обстановкой. При этом для использования нашей главной морской артерии с полной отдачей нужен суверенный крупнотоннажный грузовой флот, включая газовозы, балкеры, контейнеровозы, сухогрузы, нефтеналивные, СПГ-танкеры. Работа по ним ведется на уже упомянутой верфи «Звезда». В настоящее время портфель заказов по крупному тоннажу составляет 26 судов. В дополнение к этому объему в перспективном плане загрузки «Звезды» до 2037 года для нужд Севморпути у нас учтено 92 грузовых судна ледового класса, чтобы обеспечить более высокий уровень локализации и технологической независимости нашего нового флота. По вашему поручению, Владимир Владимирович, продолжается работа по освоению производства критического судового оборудования. На это у нас нацелена отдельная субсидия, в рамках которой 47 предприятий ведут разработку 89 видов этого нового оборудования. Начиная со следующего года мы выходим на серийное производство первых таких образцов. На следующую трехлетку в бюджете у нас также запланированы средства на эти цели и отдельно прорабатываем и забюджетировали новые механизмы стимулирования спроса на такое критическое судовое оборудование, чтобы оно было конкурентоспособным. Мы глубоко признательны нашим судостроителям, особенно коллективу Балтийского завода, за большую проделанную работу и по старой морской традиции предложили стать крестной матерью ледокола «Чукотка», председателю Совета федеральной территории «Сириус», члену Совета при президенте по науке и образованию Елене Владимировне Шмелевой. Хотел бы поблагодарить вас, Владимир Владимирович, от имени всей отрасли за постоянную поддержку по всему комплексу задач, которые решают сегодня наши верфи. Если позволите, более подробно о ходе строительства ледокола и планах развития Севморпути расскажут коллеги из Объединенной судостроительной корпорации и госкорпорации «Росатом». Спасибо.
Хорошо. Спасибо. Андрей Сергеевич, пожалуйста. Пучков.
Уважаемый Владимир Владимирович, четвертый серийный ледокол проекта 4 дойки 0 «Чукотка» был заложен здесь, на Балтийском заводе, в 2020 году. Над его строительством работает большой коллектив корабелов, атомщиков, конструкторов и ученых. Я напомню, что предыдущая серия атомных ледоколов проекта 1052 состояла из 6 ледоколов и строилась более 35. Такие сроки и объемы не отвечали задачам России в Арктике. Поэтому в 2013 году балтийцы приступили к строительству атомных ледоколов нового поколения. Сегодня более 6 тысяч сотрудников Балтзавода обеспечивают бесперебойную работу предприятия. Сегодня, Владимир Владимирович, они принимают участие в нашей церемонии. Вместе с ними в торжественный момент разделяют семьи, дети, супруги. Также к ним присоединились представители смежных организаций, принимающих участие в строительстве, и почетные гости. Благодаря каждодневной работе балтийцев уже 3 ледокола, как было сказано, работают в Арктике. В ближайшее время сдаем Якутию. Продолжаем работу над Ленинградом, который заложили в январе этого года. Я хочу заводчан и преданность делу пожелать успешного завершения всех работ и сдачи заказов в срок. Всего до 2030 года Объединенная судостроительная корпорация планирует передать 7 атомных ледоколов. Это позволит сформировать костяк высокотехнологичной ледокольной группировки. Понимаем, что для достижения поставленных целей необходимо не только сохранить, но и нарастить темпы работы, продолжить начатый курс по модернизации производства и обновления технологической базы. И здесь я хотел, Владимир Владимирович, вас поблагодарить за постоянную поддержку и внимание к вопросам развития судостроения. Это позволяет отрасли чувствовать себя уверенно, развиваться и решать поставленные задачи. Владимир Владимирович, как уже сказано, честь стать крестной матерью атомного ледокола «Чукотка» предоставляется председателю Совета федеральной территории «Сириус» Елене Владимировне Шмелевой. Вам слово.
Уважаемый Владимир Владимирович, уважаемые коллеги, я испытываю, конечно, невероятное чувство гордости от того, что участвую в этом масштабном, действительно историческом событии развития Арктики и Северного морского пути. развития атомного флота, для работы на этих направлениях, это важнейший проект для страны. А укрепление наших позиций в области экономического и научного развития Арктики – это один из тех больших приоритетов, Владимир Владимирович, который указан в утвержденной вами стратегии научно-технологического развития России. Для меня огромная честь стать крестной матерью ледокола «Чукотка», уже 4-го по счету в рамках проекта 22-220. И это, конечно, самые большие, мощные ледоколы, которые охватывают и созданы для круглогодичной навигации. Вы уже говорили и про экономику, коллеги говорили про разного типа груза, но я хочу отметить еще одну функцию, а именно научные исследования. Научные исследования, которые мы можем вести в Арктике, и я очень признательна, что это кардинально меняет вообще доступ ученых в Арктику. Вот сейчас на одном из таких атомных ледоколов ученые Сириуса вернулись из 45-дневного похода. Это была экспедиция научная, они исследовали мерзлоту, как она влияет на уровень углерода, и привезли огромное количество грунта, проб, воды, и будут исследовать для того, чтобы сделать беспрецедентные выводы. И, конечно, мы надеемся, что следующая научная экспедиция может состояться на ледоколе «Чукотка» или на корабле, который будет его сопровождать. Поэтому очень просим, чтобы вот эта функция научно-исследовательская только развивалась. И, конечно, я очень признательна в этом плане и коллегам из Росатома, и лично Алексею Евгеньевичу Лихачеву не только за приглашение стать крестной матерью ледокола «Чукотка», но и за ту огромную работу, которую мы ведем по научно-образовательным и практическим лабораториям, которые мы создаем в Сириусе, для того, чтобы действительно опережать подготовку кадров. И нам кажется, что на протяжении многих лет школьники у нас участвуют и в ледоколе знаний, ежегодно выезжая в Арктику в исследовательские экспедиции. И программу нашу «Большие вызовы» коллеги поддерживают. Впервые мы ввели направление освоения Арктики, Мирового океана, современная энергетика. Это там, где эксперты вместе со школьниками загладывают будущие требования, будущие стандарты подготовки специалистов. И, наверное, вот этот пример сотрудничества, когда есть разработка новых атомных технологий, их внедрение, применение и одновременно воспитание и подготовка инженеров, лидеров для развития этой отрасли, наверное, найдет уже в следующих сериях прямое свое отражение. И я в заключении хочу еще раз поблагодарить и поздравить инженеров и судостроителей, поблагодарить за вашу удивительную работу, инженерную, и за этот глобальный результат. Он действительно невероятный. Я знаю, что есть древняя и давняя традиция разбивать бутылку шампанское о борт корабля. И это символизирует первое встречу судна с волной, с морской волной, с пенящейся волной. И я верю, что с этой доброй традиции начнется славная и долгая история ледокола «Чукотка». В добрый путь, и я желаю команде 7 футов под килем.
Спасибо большое. Вы упомянули про Росатом. Попрошу тогда Алексея Евгеньевича 2 слова сказать о энергетической установке. Она совсем новая, нового поколения, ритм 200. 2 слова скажите, пожалуйста, Алексей. Алексей Евгеньевич.
Энергетическая установка сердце ледокола состоит из 2 реакторов, ритм 200, каждый по 55 мегаватт мощности. Это разработка наших реакторщиков, в том числе КБМ Африкантова, нижегородских специалистов. Активно используется на ледоколах. Мы действительно собираемся достаточно долго тиражировать эту технологию для освоения Северного морского пути. Есть применение этой установки для плавучих атомных электростанций. 2 из них уже строятся в интересах Баимского ГОКа. Важно подчеркнуть, что есть модернизация не только в арктическом исполнении для северных вод, но и то, что мы называем тропической плавучей атомной электростанцией в интересах наших дружественных стран, расположенных в Африке, Юго-Восточной Азии, и вот в том числе в рамках встречи саммита БРИКС появились новые договоренности о соответствующих заказах. Нам очень важно предусмотреть в рамках развития дальнейшего судостроения серийный выпуск плавучих атомных электростанций как в интересах российских предприятий и российских территорий, так и в интересах наших зарубежных партнеров.
Спасибо. Александр Васильевич Коновалов, я хочу спросить директора, как идет работа по следующим объектам.
Работа идет согласно утвержденных графиков. Находимся на стадии изготовления секций по атомному ледоколу «Ленинград». В работу уже запущены баки металловодной защиты по атомному ледоколу «Сталинград». В целом сроки все выполняем, держим и готовимся на сегодняшний день. Вот сегодня ожидаем выход на 3000 оборотов на Якутии турбины левого борта.
Спасибо. Хочу поблагодарить вас и весь коллектив завода за эту работу. Уверен, что все планы будут реализованы. Так, пожалуйста, Андрей Сергеевич, прошу.
Уважаемый Владимир Владимирович, 4-й серийный универсальный атомный ледокол «Чукотка», заводской номер 05712, проекта 4.0 к спуску готов. Акт готовности подписан, спусковая команда на местах, спусковое устройство проверено. Прошу разрешения на спуск.
Спуск разрешаю.
Капитану завода осмотреть акваторию. Начальнику стапельного цеха осмотреть спусковое устройство. Задержник резать.
Право принять решение по церемонии резки задержника предоставлено одним из лучших работников Балтийского завода Дмитрию Никитину, Алексею Богдану и Сергею Поршневу.
Уважаемый Владимир Владимирович, разрешите доложить о развитии Северного морского пути и о том, какие планы сегодня есть у нас в части его освоения. Мы давно ждали события сегодняшнего спуска на воду атомного ледокола «Чукотка». Оно крайне важно для Атомфлота, нашего предприятия, которому исполняется 65 лет уже в декабре этого года. Владимир Владимирович, благодаря вашему решению в 2008 году Атомфлот был включен в состав госкорпорации «Росатом» и стал за эти годы мощным, развивающимся, стратегически важным, успешным предприятием. Но самое главное, гордость Атомфлота – это его команда, моряки, полярники, ежедневно покоряющие арктические просторы. Такой команды, людей с таким опытом и уникальными компетенциями нет во всем мире. Вы в своем вступительном слове очень хорошо описали драматургию строительства атомных ледоколов по всей стране. Хотел бы сказать и подчеркнуть особую задачу. Это принятие в состав ледокола «Якутия» до конца текущего года. Новые ледоколы необходимы для развития не только транспортных путей, но и всей Арктики. За последние годы грузопоток по по СМП вырос практически в 10 раз с 2013 года. Эта динамика сохраняется, и в этом году мы идем также с рекордными показателями. Особо отмечу рост транзита. Уже более 3 миллионов тонн транзитных грузов перевезено за счет перенаправления грузов с западных маршрутов на восточные, 40% рост к прошлому году. Мы видим практически возрастающий интерес дружественных стран. С правительством Китайской Народной Республики работаем в рамках специальной подкомиссии, действует российско-индийская рабочая группа по СМП. Это дает практические результаты. Уже рейсы между российскими и китайскими портами в этом году перевалили за 13. Выгода очевидна. Контейнер, направленный из Шанхая по СМП, доходит до Москвы за 2 недели быстрее, чем через Суэцкий канал. И, конечно же, мы занимаемся с нашими зарубежными партнерами также и планами по строительству и эксплуатации контейнеровозов для перевозок по Северному морскому пути. Уважаемый Владимир Владимирович, наша стратегическая задача сегодняшнего дня – выйти как можно скорее на круглосуточную навигацию по СМП. Главный элемент здесь ледоколы, их ждем не только мы, их ждут во всем мире. И я хочу от всей души поблагодарить судостроителей-балтийцев за прекрасную работу и выразить надежду, что и впредь будем мы также действовать с соблюдением сроков, стоимости, качества. Только так вместе сообща мы добьемся успеха. Уважаемый Владимир Владимирович, позвольте выразить благодарность за ваше внимание и за те поручения, которые вы дали по дальнейшему стратегическому развитию Большого Северного морского пути. Под руководством администрации президента, правительства Российской Федерации, совместно с транспортными компаниями, совместно с компаниями, работающими в Арктике, мы работаем над вашими поручениями и будем готовы вам доложить в ближайшее время наше предложение о развитии до 50-го года.
Все, в воде. Пошел. Ты раз прямо на самом деле, да. Пошел ровно, да, ничего не.
Четвертый серийный универсальный атомный ледокол «Чукотка» на воду спущен.
Здорово. Я всех поздравляю еще раз. В России самый большой ледокольный флот в мире. Это, естественно, Россия северная страна. У нас 34 дизельных ледокола, 7 атомных. И вот еще будет Якутия, Чукотка, Ленинград и Сталинград. 11 таким образом. И лидер. В декабре, надеюсь, будет поднят флаг на атомоходе Якутия, и он войдет в состав ледокольного флота России. В прошлом году, в позапрошлом, перевозили по Северному морскому пути 34 миллиона тонн, в 23-м 36, в этом году будет 37,6, где-то около 38. А в 2030-м, уверен, будет более 100 миллионов тонн. Это большие планы, их реализация существенно несет существенный вклад в развитие транспортной инфраструктуры России, сделает Северный морской путь очень привлекательным и для российских перевозчиков, и для наших партнеров за рубежом. Уверен, что Северный морской путь будет только набирать из года в год. И не только в связи с изменением климата, но и в связи с увеличением возможностей российского ледокольного флота. Еще раз хочу поздравить строителей, судостроителей, рабочих, инженеров, специалистов, ученых, причем в самых разных отраслях, с сегодняшним днем. Для судостроителей, да и для страны в целом, это хорошее праздничное событие. Уверен, мы проведем еще одно такое мероприятие в конце текущего года и поднимем флаг на еще одном ледоколе Якутия. Всего доброго. Спасибо вам большое за вашу работу.
Waiting lists is a top priority for both this government and the Welsh Government. Last week's spending review provided the Welsh Government with its largest real-term settlement since devolution, including an additional £1.7 billion for 2025-26, enabling them to spend more on public services like the NHS. I continue to collaborate with ministerial colleagues in both governments with the aim of driving down waiting lists.
Ruth Jones.
I thank the Secretary of State for her answer, and I welcome this new partnership between the Welsh and the UK Government, which represents a real opportunity to share best practices and help cut NHS waiting lists in England and Wales. So could the Secretary of State expand on how she will ensure that patients on both sides of the border can get access to the best healthcare possible in a timely manner?
Both governments are working collaboratively to make the NHS fit for the future. We provided £1.7 billion boost for Welsh Government to spend on public services like the NHS. The Welsh Government have just announced £28 million to cut NHS waiting times. Both governments are sharing best practice and will consider more cross-border arrangements where capacity allows. The Welsh Government's Ministerial Advisory Group on NHS performance and productivity has been established to support improvements and bring down long waiting lists.
Robin Swan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State will know that health has devolved across all the nations. Can she reassure me that the Secretary of State for Health will work with the devolved health ministers to make sure that we can truly engender a national health service for the likes of mental health across this nation? Secretary of State.
I know that the Health and Social Care Secretary wants to ensure that the National Health Service across all our 4 nations is fit for the future.
Isabel Roberts.
The BMA in Wales says that GP funding has decreased as a percentage of the Welsh Government's budget by over 2.6% since 2005. Trevlan surgery in Portelli cannot afford to fill key staff roles now. Budget measures will cost them an extra £19,000. Now, the Secretary of State for Wales knows the state of the NHS in Wales. So why is she instrumental in Labour at both ends of the M4 threatening GP surgeries?
Secretary of State.
We are not threatening GP surgeries, and if the Right Honourable Lady does not think that a £1.7 billion additional funding to spend on the NHS in Wales as a result of the budget isn't a great idea, then she needs to say what she would do instead.
Clive Jones.
Number 7, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. Who's answering?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I recently met the Deputy First Minister of Wales to discuss a range of matters relating to farming. In September, the interministerial group meeting on rural affairs agreed to improve food security and environmental land management by increasing the exchange of data and insights of farming support schemes. I was also pleased to see the budget protecting Welsh farm budgets at current levels for the financial year.
Clive Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State, whilst in opposition, warned that the New Zealand trade deal would push Welsh farmers into bankruptcy, and noted that Australian meat is produced at a far lower standard than in Wales. I agree, my constituents want high quality Welsh lamb, beef and chicken. Therefore will the Minister push her colleagues in the Department of Business and Trade to review the Australia and New Zealand trade agreement and get it right for our farming communities.
Minister.
Right. Well, the honourable member will know as well as I do that the new leader of the opposition is the one who sold our farmers down the river. Negotiating deals with countries like Australia, leaving our farmers open to increasing quotas of imported meat. But I can assure him that this government is committed to promoting robust standards nationally and internationally to protect consumer interests and to ensure that consumers have confidence in the food that they buy. We will consider the full range of tools at our disposal to uphold the UK's commitment to high standards. This includes using our influence in the World Trade Organization and other multilateral bodies to argue for better and fairer trading rules.
Steve Witherden.
Number 8, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Our mission is to kickstart economic growth, and this will deliver good jobs and growth in Wales. Just last month, our International Investment Summit secured over 63 billion in private investment into the UK. Since July, we've secured over £1 billion of investment into North Wales, creating and sustaining 400 well-paid jobs in manufacturing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State has said that economic growth is her #1 priority. Can she say how confirmation of the investment zones in the budget will help contribute to this aim?
Well, yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. The budget included a total of £320 million as a commitment for the investment zones in Cardiff and Newport and Wrexham and Flintshire. This is a crucial part of our work with Welsh Government to provide a rocket boost to sector strengths like creative industries, life sciences and advanced manufacturing, including our world-leading compound semiconductor cluster.
Shannon.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for that. Minister, when it comes to creating new jobs in Wales, in wind energy, in sea energy, there are great potential. We in Northern Ireland, and Belfast in particular, have the engineering skills to provide those turbines for that energy. So everybody can gain. Wales get the jobs, but we get the jobs as well in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government is absolutely committed to economic growth across all parts of the United Kingdom.
Can I first of all welcome the Leader of the Opposition? I wish her well as Leader of the Opposition. I now call Dame Caroline Dinenage.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by congratulating President-elect Trump on his historic election victory. As the closest of allies, the UK and US will continue to work together to protect our shared values of freedom and democracy. And having had dinner with President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago, I look forward to working with him in the years to come. May I also welcome the Leader of the Opposition to her place. my fourth Tory leader in 4.5 years. But I do look forward to working with her in the interests of the British public. Mr. Speaker, this weekend is Remembrance Sunday, and people across the country will come together to pay solemn tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice, defending the values and freedoms that we enjoy today. And I'm sure the entire House will join me in paying tribute to them. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Dame Caroline.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Susan is going to miss out on her winter fuel allowance this winter because she's just £10 above the pension credit threshold. So as well as losing out on this vital money to keep her house warm, she also doesn't get the £150 warm home discount. She doesn't get the £169 free TV licence or free NHS prescriptions. For the sake of a tenner, Prime Minister, is this fair?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we passed a budget which was to fix the foundations of this country and to rebuild our country. And one of the issues we had to confront was the £22 billion black hole that was left by the last government. We've taken the tough decisions. That will stabilise our economy. That means we can commit to the triple lock, and that means that pensioners will be better off seeing the increase in their pension they would have been under the party opposite.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every week I meet hard-working families in Burton and New Toxteth who are juggling raising their children and their family finances. When they hear the party opposite and its new leader say that maternity pay has gone too far, they are terrified about what this means for them. To ease the worry felt by thousands of hard-working families, can the Prime Minister please commit that he has no plans to change maternity pay or to roll back the hard-won rights of working families?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He's a champion for families in his constituency. My answer is simple, yes. And I don't agree with the leader of the opposition when she says that maternity pay is excessive and that it's gone too far.
I come to the leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister for his almost warm welcome? And can I also echo the comments that he has made? It is an immense privilege and the honour of my life to lead the Conservative Party. And I look forward to joining him at the Cenotaph this Remembrance Sunday. As leader of His Majesty's opposition, I will be taking a different approach to the last opposition by being a constructive opposition. And so I would like to start by congratulating President-elect Trump on his impressive victory this morning. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary met him in September. Did the Foreign Secretary take that opportunity to apologise for making derogatory and scatological references, including, and I quote, Trump is not only a woman-hating, neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath, he is also a profound threat to the international order. And if he did not apologise, will the Prime Minister do so now on his behalf?
Mr. Speaker, there will be many issues on which the Leader of the Opposition and I disagree, but there will be issues that do unite this House on national security and Ukraine, and I do look forward to working closely with her on that, and I will provide her with the information that she needs to discharge her duties. That's the right thing for the country, and it's far more important than party politics. And the Foreign Secretary and I did meet President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago for dinner for about a couple of hours, and we discussed a number of issues of global significance. It was a very constructive exercise.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did not distance himself from the remarks made by the Foreign Secretary, and I'm very sure that President Trump will soon be calling to thank him for sending all of those North London Labour activists to campaign for his opponent. Given that most of his cabinet signed a motion to ban President Trump from addressing Parliament, will the Prime Minister show that he and his government can be more than student politicians by asking the Speaker to extend Can they show that they can be more than student politics?
Order. Mr. Perkins, I don't need to anymore. Your voice curries, it's like mine, too loud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister show that he and his government can be more than student politicians by asking you, Mr. Speaker, to extend an invitation to President Trump to address Parliament on his next visit?
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is giving a masterclass on student politics. But seriously, Mr. Speaker, we live in probably more volatile world than we've lived in for many decades. It is absolutely crucial that we have a strong relationship, that strong special relationship forged in difficult circumstances between the US and the UK. We will continue to work, as we have done in the 4 months in government, on issues of security, our economy and global conflict.
Mr. Speaker, he does not answer the questions, just read the lines the officials have prepared for him. It doesn't sound like he wants to invite President-elect Trump to Parliament. He needs to look after the special relationship. The US is our single biggest trade partner. Given the risk of increased tariffs on UK exports, which threaten our manufacturing sector, will the Prime Minister commit now to continue the negotiations on our free trade agreement with the US, which the Biden administration cancelled when they came into office?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course we will discuss issues of our economy with the President-elect, as we already have done. Economy, security and global conflict are issues of real significance that ought to unite this House. But when it comes to the economy, what we've done with our budget is to fix the foundations after 14 years. Return to economic stability of the £23 million black hole. We've protected the pay slips of working people. We've done the single biggest investment in our country for a generation in the NHS, in schools and homes. We've given a pay rise to the 3 million lowest paid. If she's opposed to that investment or the pay rise for working people, she's a straight talker as I understand it, perhaps she should say so.
Mr. Speaker, discuss, chat. He has no plans whatsoever. No plans whatsoever for building on the special relationship. He needs to realise that we in this country rely on our single biggest trade partner. President Trump is also right to argue that Europe needs to increase its defence spending. The last Conservative government committed to raising defence spending to 2.5% by 2030. Will the Prime Minister finally match this commitment?
Mr. Speaker, there is no more important duty than keeping the people of this country safe. And it was the Labour government that signed the NATO treaty in the first place, and we are strong supporters. We have a strategic defence review. We are committed to 2.5%. Well, I would remind the last time 2.5 was met was under the last Labour government. 14 years, and they never did it once. Last year, the NAO identified a £17 billion black hole in the MOD finances. The former Defence Secretary said the previous government hollowed out the armed forces, and the plan they put forward at the election was pure fantasy.
Mr. Speaker, he will not make that commitment. That is very clear. All that he is doing,
I'm going to hear the questions. If the people who don't want to hear it, they can leave now. Come on.
Mr. Speaker, he will not make that commitment, and yet the world is getting more dangerous. His Chancellor's budget did not even mention defence. The Chancellor's budget last week was a copy and paste of Bidenomics. It turns out that a high spending, high borrowing, high inflation approach is less popular than she may have thought. May I suggest he now urge her to change course, or is he determined to be a one-term leader?
Prime Minister! The one thing I learned as Leader of the Opposition is a good idea to listen to what the government is actually saying. I think she just said that defence wasn't mentioned in the budget. It was 7 days ago that it was absolutely clear and central to the budget, as was economic growth. We are fixing the foundations. We're giving a pay rise to millions of people. We're picking up the mess that they left, 22 billion, and a tax rise and a pay rise for working people. And I haven't heard yet how welcome that pay rise for the 3 million lowest paid workers. Does she now welcome it to stick to her previous policy that it's excessive?
Mr. Speaker, I was the one who raised the minimum wage last year as business secretary. I have a strong record on this, but we need to make sure that we balance the books. His scripted lines are showing that he has not even listened to the budget himself. So I will try a different question. Perhaps he can give something that is unscripted to the people watching. Farmers across the United Kingdom... Mr. Speaker... Mr. Speaker... Mr. Speaker...
Order! I don't need any help. Can I just say, if somebody wants to leave, I'll be helping them do that. I'm going to hear the question, and I certainly want to hear the answer as well. So please, let's have some courtesy.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard him repeat the lines on the television, fixing the foundations and so on. But what does he say, over and over again, but what does he say to farmers who are facing uncertainty about their futures as a result of the increased taxes announced by the Chancellor? I am very clear that we would reverse Labour's cruel family farms tax. What can he say now to reassure the farming community, who provide security for the whole nation?
Prime Minister. I'm happy to help the Leader of the Opposition. If she's going to complain about scripted answers, it's probably best not to read that from a script. What I will say about farmers is this: I'm glad she's raised farmers, because the budget last week put £5 billion over the next 2 years into farming. That's the single biggest increase, unlike the 300 million which was underspent under the last government. And when it comes to inheritance, the vast majority of farmers will be unaffected, as she well knows, as they well know. But that budget was about fixing the foundations, fixing the whole 22 billion that they left, and investing in the future of our country, investing in our NHS, investing in our schools, our hospitals and our homes. And I'm proud that that's the investment work. And if they oppose it, they should go out there and tell their constituents they're against that investment in the future of our country. That's the difference. A Labour government taking us forward. They're stuck in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to hear Matthew Patrick.
Mr. Speaker, Emily left her ex, but the abuse did not stop. He stayed in their home, cancelled the mortgage contributions and destroyed her credit score. Now she cannot even take out a mobile phone contract. Surviving economic abuse and UK finance have made progress tackling this issue, but more has to be done. Will the Prime Minister and his government work with me to introduce new provisions so that we can restore the credit files for survivors of economic abuse like Emily?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising this really important issue, because economic abuse has a devastating impact on victims, leaving them vulnerable and isolated. And we are committed to ending this national emergency and keeping women safe from domestic abuse, harassment and stalking. And Mr. Speaker, that includes 200,000 this year to the charity Surviving Economic Abuse, and HMRC have launched an online tool to help charities and businesses identify and respond to economic abuse. And I'll make sure he has a meeting with the relevant minister.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Can I join the Prime Minister in his comments about Remembrance Sunday? We must always remember the brave British men and women who gave their lives for our country. And can I join him in welcoming the Conservative leader to her place? And can I congratulate her on becoming the first black leader of a UK-wide party, a major and historic achievement? Mr. Speaker, President-elect Trump praised Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and I quote, he called it genius. He also said he would encourage Russia to do whatever the hell they want to NATO allies. So what action is the Prime Minister taking to encourage a Trump presidency to change its mind,
because otherwise it's a huge threat to global security and to national security in the UK. Does he agree with me that the US will not oppose President Putin and support our brave Ukrainian allies? The UK must lead in Europe so that together we do.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud that in this House we are united on the question of Ukraine and clear about Russian aggression, and we will continue to do so. I've long taken the view that the only winner, if we are divided in this House, is Putin, and I'm not prepared to let that happen. Our relationship with the US is a strong relationship forged in very difficult circumstances historically. It remains as strong today as it was when it was first forged, and I look forward to working with President-elect Trump to ensure that relationship stays the special relationship.
David. I'm grateful for the Prime Minister's comments on Ukraine, but Donald Trump has also said that trade wars are good. He calls himself tariff man. People are really worried that Trump trade wars and tariff will damage our economy, damage businesses, and hit the cost of living here in the UK. So, given this, does the Prime Minister recognise that it's more urgent than ever that we support our British economy by getting rid of the damaging trade barriers with Europe put in place by the Conservatives?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as you will know, we put the economy centrepiece to our budget, and we will do everything that we need to do to ensure our economy grows, and that's measured in living standards going up for working people across the country. Thank you.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are so many families across Aldershot and Farnborough who have struggled for years to get their children the need they help with special educational needs. It is therefore shameful to read misguided claims that autistic people may well get better treatment and receive economic privileges and protections made by the Leader of the Opposition. Will the Prime Minister stand with families of autistic children and distance this government from those awful words?
Mr. Speaker, I'll leave the Leader of the Opposition to respond to those words. As the recent NAO report exposed, under the previous government, children with SEND were being failed by the system, and this has come up, I think, now 5 times in the last 2 or 3 weeks at PMQs. It's clearly a serious issue. Our focus will be ensuring every child receives the right support to succeed in their education.
Sosa Eastwood.
Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, Northern Ireland is considered one of the most dangerous places in Europe to be a woman. In the last 4 years, 24 women have been killed. But one of the most dangerous places for women and girls is online. I also want to pay tribute to the work of Belfast and Lisburn Women's Aid, who are tireless in their advocacy for women. So what is this government doing to keep women and girls safe online, not just in Lagan Valley, but right across the United Kingdom?
Prime Minister.
Well, the honourable member is right to draw attention to this issue. Misogyny and abuse, both online and offline, causes horrendous harm to women and girls across the UK. And can I just commend her honesty and bravery in speaking out about her own experiences and her dedication to creating safe spaces for women in her constituency. We must create a safer world online for women and girls through the Online Safety Act, mitigating the risk of illegal content and activity which is abusive or incites hatred.
Everyone in Southwark will benefit from the positive measures in the budget last week, especially the thousands on the minimum wage getting a real terms increase to help themselves, help their families and help the economy. But the new leader of the Tory party, this week's leader, is on record as saying she wants to scrap it, having seemingly learnt nothing from July. Will the Prime Minister pledge to protect the minimum wage and increase it in this Parliament as finances allow?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the last Labour government transformed the labour market with the national minimum wage, something which was opposed by the party opposite at the time. And sadly, they don't seem to have changed. I was surprised by the comments of the Leader of the Opposition. I was surprised to see the new Shadow Business Secretary say the minimum wage, and this is a quote, something legislators pass to make themselves feel good. I disagree, and I'm very proud of the fact that this Labour government has raised wages for 3 million of low-paid workers, and I expect the party opposite to welcome that.
George Freeman!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 14 years shaping the UK's long-term strategies for life science, agri-tech, fusion and space, I welcome the government's industrial strategy. But too many of our great companies are being bought out by our competitors. To build the industries of tomorrow here, we need to unlock some of the hundreds of billions in UK pension funds in the city, only 3% of which are now investing in UK equities. With the new Lord Mayor making this a priority and the Mansion House speech imminent, will the new government commit to see through the last government's reforms to unlock British capital for British R&D growth?
Well, I thank you for welcoming the industrial strategy, and I do know this is an issue close to his heart that he has spoken about and acted on for many years. The budget sees record numbers of R&D investment with over 20 billion next year, including over 2 billion to support our world-leading life sciences sector. And through the British Growth Partnership, we'll crowd in pension funds investment to support innovative business. And we've launched our landmark pensions review to unlock the billions of investment into the UK and boost growth and living standards across the country. Thank you.
Catherine Fuchs.
Mr. Speaker, as the Chancellor said last week, we were left a toxic legacy by the previous government, including rivers filled with polluted waste. Will the Prime Minister put the River Wye into special measures by designating it a water protection zone? And will he meet with me and the excellent cross-border Wye Catchment Partnership to deliver their plan to clean up the Wye?
Prime Minister.
The River Wye is one of our most important, iconic rivers, and we are working closely with the Welsh Government on this pressing issue. A destruction of our waterways should never have been allowed, and that's why we launched a Water Commission to attract investment and speed up infrastructure delivery. And we introduced legislation to enable tougher penalties and severe fines to crack down on polluters. I will make sure that she gets a meeting with the relevant minister.
Baron the House to Lee.
As a good lawyer, I know the Prime Minister will want to listen to the evidence. So if the evidence mounts from experts in organisations such as the NFU that smaller family farms of average size, 250 acres, are going to be severely impacted by this tax, in a spirit of compromise, will he listen to the evidence, keep an open mind, and perhaps be prepared to raise the thresholds to preserve our family farms?
Mr. Speaker, we are listening to farmers, and the Environment Secretary and the Treasury Ministers met with the NFU on Monday of this week. We have taken a fair and balanced approach. The vast majority of farms will not be affected by this. But what I will also say this, having grown up in a rural community, I know that rural communities also need an NHS that's back on its feet. They also need schools that their children can go to and homes that their families can afford to live in. But we will continue to talk to the NFU and others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Leader of the Opposition told us that any outrage at suitcases full of wine and karaoke machines in Downing Street, whilst people across the country were told to stay at home, was all overblown. For the people and businesses in my constituency who followed the rules, many of us at great personal cost, this is an insult. Will the Prime Minister join me in ensuring that as a country we learn the lessons from COVID, and as a party the Conservatives learn the lessons of their behaviour too?
Mr. Speaker, across the country people made enormous sacrifices during COVID. They missed weddings, births, deaths, really important moments in their lives and their families' lives. In doing so, they saved the lives of people they will probably never meet. That was a collective effort, and unfortunately the party opposite who set the rules did not follow them themselves. It was a betrayal of those that did. And I think the Leader of the Opposition was wrong to describe the public anger and upset as overblown. I'm sure she'll want to clarify that at the first opportunity.
Cyfarydd, Glan Horse Nursing Home is in my constituency in Ysmôn. Tell me that the budget changes mean a 10% increase in their cost. That's a staggering 127,500 extra in-year cost. Will the Prime Minister reconsider the rise in the employer's national insurance?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we did in the budget last week was to ensure that no one would face tax rises in their pay slip. We had to deal with the £22 billion black hole, but when we did so, we protected the smallest businesses and charities. We doubled the employment allowance to £10,500. That means that 40% of employers won't pay employers' NICs. Companies with 4 employees or less on a minimum wage will pay no employer NICs at all, and half of businesses that pay NICs will see no change or pay less after the budget. Thank you.
Bill Brickle.
Yeah, my constituents in Bolton West were pleased to hear last week's budget prioritise investment in public infrastructure, including important projects such as the electrification of the Wigan to Bolton railway line, which will deliver more reliable and greener journeys. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that investment in the key infrastructure of towns such as Horwich, West Horton, Blackrod and Bolton is the only way to deliver economic growth and prosperity for all?
Prime Minister. Well, my honourable friend is a champion for the North West, and the budget secured investment for vital transport projects to transform connectivity across the north of England and drive economic growth. And that includes completing the Wigan to Bolton electrification, a really important momentum on the Northern Powerhouse Rail. Over £5 billion to support everyday journeys for working people. By restoring economic stability, increasing investment, we're taking our country forward.
Victoria Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Swan Youth Project in Berkhamsted is an incredible drop-in centre that intervenes to bring hope and a better future to teenagers like Lex and Megan who've been facing anxiety, depression and long mental health waiting lists, as well as families coping with SEND. They've already written to the Treasury saying that they're worried about getting the funds that they need as our communities face a tough winter and grants are depleting. Parole, the manager, also assures me that she makes a mean curry and would welcome the Prime Minister. So will the Prime Minister join me to discuss their concerns and ensure that organisations in the third sector like theirs get the support that they need as they work tirelessly for our communities?
Prime Minister.
She'll be pleased now. I've been to Berkhamsted a number of times. We've got very good friends who live there, and I want to pay tribute to the work of the Swan Youth Project, because too many young people, she's cited some, are struggling with mental health and not receiving the support that they need. And that's why we will recruit an additional 8,500 mental health workers and are introducing reforms to the Mental Health Act, long overdue, and that's happening today. Of course, we will also put more money into SEND, but we also need to look at reforming SEND, something that I think and hope will be supported across this House, and I'll make sure she gets a meeting with the relevant ministers about that.
My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, will know that after 14 years of Tory ideological hostility and cuts, our universities are in financial meltdown. In my own constituency of Norwich South, the University of East Anglia is having to make redundancies, as are many others. Our honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, has started to address the problem, but we need a longer-term solution that doesn't simply saddle more debt on our young people. So can my right honourable friend say how we can move to fix the foundations of higher education as we go forward?
Prime Minister.
I thank him for that question. He's right to raise higher education, because we inherited a sector facing severe financial challenges. Universities have suffered real terms decline in their income, and the gap between disadvantaged students and their peers is the highest on record. We've had to take tough decisions to put that on a secure footing, but we are also taking the step of easing the living pressures by increasing the maintenance loans, which is worth £414 extra per year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alex Brooke.
Hamilton, former sub-postmistress and constituent of North East Hampshire, has long been campaigning along with Alan Bates for compensation following the Horizon Post Office scandal. Can the Prime Minister give an exact time frame in which those who have been waiting over a decade might finally be compensated?
I'm grateful to her for raising this important issue because a commitment was made to properly compensate the victims of this scandal. Unfortunately, regrettably, having made that commitment, the party opposite, when in government, didn't allocate any money to that compensation. Her constituents will be pleased to know that we have changed the approach there. We've set out the compensation within the budget, a transparent budget, an accountable budget, and we'll make the payments just as soon as we can.
Speaker, may I quickly echo the Prime Minister's sentiments to that other son of Lewis, though I wish I had woken up today in the Isle of Harris. My constituents there face long delays, cancellations and loss of service because of the SNP's incompetent handling of ferry procurement. In last week's budget, the Scottish Government received a record settlement. Can I urge the Prime Minister to tell Scottish ministers to use that to improve public service in Scotland, to invest in the NHS in Hill and Year, to build schools in places like Barra, and to finally fix the ferry fiasco?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last week in the budget we delivered the largest settlement for the Scottish Government in real terms since devolution. That includes £3.4 billion through the Barnett formula, a fuel duty freeze, an increase to the national living wage, benefiting his constituencies and all those across Scotland. And the result of the budget is now clear. The SNP in power in Scotland have the powers, they now have the money, they've got no more excuses.
Better be objecting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister really think it is acceptable for a backbench MP to suggest that the Leader of the Opposition represents white supremacy in blackface and is the most prominent member of white supremacy's black collaborator class, with all the race traitor innuendo that carries? And if he doesn't, why hasn't he removed the whip?
Prime Minister.
No, I don't.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a semi-retired violinist and rock musician asking a semi-retired multi-instrumentalist, I feel confident that the Prime Minister shares my belief in the importance of music education. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that as we unleash the potential of our country, we must invest in the educational infrastructure of creative arts subjects so that they're accessible to all? And will he visit my constituency to see the great work of the schools there despite the inheritance we received?
Prime Minister.
I'm not sure about the description semi-retired, although that may be the wish of the party opposite. But on music, what I do know from personal experience is music, the creatives and art are really important for children and young people in terms of the pleasure it gives them, the knowledge, but the working in groups and the leadership, and that's why we are determined to ensure that they are counted subjects again within the curriculum, which will encourage many more schools to provide it within the curriculum and enrich the futures of children and young people across the country.
James Cleverly.
Before the election, he claimed that he would not put up national insurance contributions. He put it up. Before the election, he claimed he would scrap tuition fees. He put it up. Before the election, he said he would not tax family farms. He's taxing family farms. Will he address his party's growing reputation for dishonesty by making good on his commitment to close the Wethersfield Asylum Accommodation Centre in my constituency?
Mr. Speaker, we are keeping the promises we made in our manifesto. His problem is he can't add up. If he could add up, he might be down here rather than up there. And we'll take up the issue of his constituency.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monday of this week marked the 7-year anniversary of my constituent Jakhtar Singh Johal's arbitrary detention in India. Can the Prime Minister assure me that he and his government will do all they can to secure his immediate release and bring him home?
Yes, we're absolutely committed to pushing the Government of India on this really important case. And the Foreign Secretary has raised it and will continue to do so, and we'll make sure that we speak to him as we do.
Right, that completes Prime Minister's questions. Urgent question, leave the House. Is it related to PMQs?
Costing the taxpayer billions in support.
لله الفوز دائما للمؤمنين بإحدى الشهادة. سيدنا وقائدنا سماحة السيد حسن رضوان الله تعالى عليه نموذج للسيد الجليل القائد الذي مضى في سبيل الله تعالى وأعطى هذه العطاءات الكبيرة. هو قائد قدوة، مرب ملهم، شجاع مقدام، علم في مدرسة الولاية، راية لتحرير فلسطين. كلماته نور هداية، مواقفه نهج الحياة العزيزة، سكن القلوب في أصقاع الأرض كرمز للمقاومة. عرفه إمامنا القائد الإمام الخامنئي دام ظله بأن قال عنه: هو لا مثيل له، وهذا تعريف عظيم. بنى سيدنا حزبا مقاوما على ثوابت الإسلام المحمدي الأصيل، منهجه منهج الولاية كجزء من الإيمان وحياة الاستقامة. بنى حزبا يجمع شرائح المجتمع بأسرها، هو حزب الكبار والصغار والنساء والشيوخ والعجزة، هو حزب الأحرار والمقاومين والشرفاء، هو حزب المثقفين والعاملين، وكل شخص يمكن أن يكون جزءا لا يتجزأ من هذا الحزب الذي بناه هذا القائد العظيم. هو حزب يقاوم ويعمل لبناء الوطن، يقاوم في مواجهة العدو الإسرائيلي، ويعمل لبناء الوطن في الواقع السياسي الداخلي وفي كل المؤسسات التي ترتبط بهذا الواقع. حزب له هيكلية منظمة وامتداد في كل الميادين: الثقافية والسياسية والجهادية والاجتماعية والتربوية والاستشفائية. في كل الميادين هذا الحزب الذي بناه يعمل. المقاومة في هذا الحزب أساس متين عددا وقوة وتخصصا وإيمانا وشجاعة وتحديا لأعتى الأعداء. لقد أحيانا في حياتنا وأحيانا في مماته، سيبقى حيا في شهادته. ولا تقولوا لمن يقتل في سبيل الله أموات، بل أحياء ولكن لا تشعرون. سيستمر معنا ونستمر معه، وستبقى المقاومة وتكبر وتكبر. لقد حاز أرفع الأوسمة وأعلاها وأرفع ما في الأوسمة، وسام قائد المقاومة في المنطقة، وسام حبيب المجاهدين المقاومين والكبار والصغار وأحرار العالم، وسام عشق الحسين سلام الله تعالى عليه وعلى طريقه ونهجه، وسام ابن الولاية هاشم صفي الدين القائد الكبير وهو رفيق دربك واليد اليمنى التي كانت إلى جانبك، والحاج عماد مغني قائد الانتصارين، والسيد مصطفى بدر الدين، والسيد فؤاد شكر، والحاج إبراهيم عقيل، والحاج علي كركي، والحاج حسان اللئيس، الشيخ راغب والشيخ نبيل، وكل القادة والمجاهدين والشهداء. هؤلاء جميعا إخوتك وأبناؤك وأحبتك، في ذكراك نرسل لهم التحايا ونسأل الله تعالى لهم جميعا، وأنت على رأسهم علو المقام والدرجات. سأتحدث عن 3 أمور. أولا، ما هو توصيف الواقع الذي نعيش فيه؟ نحن أمام حرب إسرائيلية عدوانية على لبنان بدأت منذ شهر و10 أيام تقريبا. كانت بعد حرب الإسناد التي نشأت بعد طوفان الأقصى الذي أوجد مسارا منذ سنة يختلف تماما عن الواقع الذي كانت فيه المنطقة وكان فيه الكيان الإسرائيلي. في حرب الإسناد عمل كل المحبين لفلسطين والمؤمنين بتحريرها أن يكونوا جنبا إلى جنب مع التي أعطت في غزة أكثر من 43,000 شهيد وأكثر من 100,000 جريح، مع كل الدمار والخراب والإجرام الذي ارتكب بحقها، ولكنها عصية واقفة ثابتة جامدة وستنتصر إن شاء الله تعالى. وأحيي كل جبهات المقاومة من اليمن إلى العراق إلى لبنان، وأيضا على رأس هؤلاء جميعا الدعم الكبير للجمهورية الإسلامية المباركة والحرس الثوري الإسلامي الذين قدموا في سبيل نصرة فلسطين، وهؤلاء عظماء في عطاءاتهم وسيسجل التاريخ. إذا نحن الآن وصلنا إلى حرب إسرائيلية عدوانية على لبنان منذ شهر و10 أيام. لم يعد مهما كيف بدأت الحرب وما هي الذرائع التي سببتها. المهم أننا أمام عدوان إسرائيلي. ماذا يقول عنه نتنياهو؟ يقول إنني لا أحدد موعدا لنهاية الحرب، لكنني أضع أهدافا واضحة للانتصار فيها. ما هي أهدافه؟ في الكلمة نفسها بعد أن التقى هوكشتاين وخطب في الناس قال إننا نغير وجه الشرق الأوسط. إذن نتنياهو أمام مشروع كبير جدا يتخطى غزة وفلسطين ولبنان إلى الشرق الأوسط. ما هي خطوات هذا المشروع من خلال الحرب على لبنان؟ هناك 3 خطوات. الخطوة الأولى إنهاء وجود حزب الله. الخطوة الثانية احتلال لبنان ولو عن بعد في الجو والتهديد وجعل لبنان شبيه بالضفة الغربية. ثالثا العمل على خارطة الشرق الأوسط. هذه الخطوات أرادها نتنياهو وبدأ بحربه على لبنان لينجز الخطوة الأولى. نحن منذ سنة 2006 بعد عدوان تموز، بعد الوعد الصادق، نستعد بكل أشكال الاستعداد تدريبا وتسليحا وعديدا وإمكانات في المجالات المختلفة، لأننا نتوقع هذه النتيجة التي وصلنا إليها. كنا نتوقع أن تحصل الحرب في يوم من الأيام، ولذلك استعدينا. نحن الآن في حالة دفاعية لمواجهة هذا العدوان والأهداف التوسعية التي أرادها. توقع العدو أن ينهي المرحلة الأولى، يعني إنهاء حزب الله، بعملية البيجر واللاسلكي واغتيال القيادات، وعلى رأسهم سماحة الأمين العام السيد حسن نصر الله رضوان الله تعالى عليه. وهذا ما يمكن أن يسهل عليه أن يجتاح لبنان، ولذلك أحضر 5 فرق على الحدود مؤلفة من 65,000 من الجنود والضباط، على قاعدة أن يدخلوا إلى لبنان بعد أن فقد لبنان بحسب اعتقاده قيادة المقاومة، وارتبك بهذا العمل الكبير على المستوى الأمني. هو لم يلتفت ولم يعرف أنه يواجه حزبا ويواجه مقاومة لديها 3 عوامل قوة أساسية. هذه لازم يحطها براسه، 3 عوامل قوة أساسية. أولا، المقاومون والحزب يحملون عقيدة إسلامية صلبة راسخة تجعلهم يقفون مع الحق والثبات والتحرير والاستقلال والعزة والكرامة بشكل لا يمكن أن يزعزعهم شيء. هي العقيدة الموجودة. ثانيا، المقاومون في هذا الحزب أعاروا جماجمهم لله، ما فارق معهم شيء، لا يبحثون عن الدنيا، يعرفون أن نجاحهم في الدنيا قبل الآخرة أن يكونوا مقاومين في مواجهة الاحتلال. كل المقاومين عندنا هم استشهاديون. هلأ في خلل وخطأ موجود عند الكثيرين، يعتبرون أن الاستشهادي يريد الذهاب إلى الموت. لا يا أخي، الاستشهادي هو الذي لا يهاب الموت ولا يخاف الموت، هذا هو الاستشهادي. لذلك اليوم المرابطين على الحدود، هل تراهم يكشفون صدورهم من أجل أن يقتلهم الإسرائيلي حتى يذهبوا إلى الله تعالى؟ لا أبدا، هم يقتلون ويقاتلون ويصمدون ويحرصون على إيقاع الخسائر وأن يبقوا على قيد الحياة. إذن كيف يكونون استشهاديين؟ هم لا يهابون ولا يخافون، يتمنون على الله تعالى أن يأتي أجلهم وهم في الميدان وهم في المعركة. هذا هو الاستشهادي. 3، عامل القوة الثالث هو الاستعدادات التي هيأناها من إمكانات وسلاح وقدرات وتدريب، وبالتالي أصبحنا أمام 3 عوامل قوة تعطي مقومات الحياة العزيزة. طيب بالمقابل الإسرائيلي شو عوامل القوة اللي موجودة عنده؟ عنده 3 عوامل قوة. 1، الإبادة وقتل المدنيين والظلم والاحتلال والتصرف بوحشية، وهذا عم نشوفه بغزة وعم نشوفه بلبنان. 2، لديه قدرة جوية استثنائية، وبالتالي هو يتحكم بالجو ومعه شبكة الاتصالات أيضا، وهذا يعطيه قوة مهمة، خاصة أن هذه القدرة مرتبطة أيضا بمدد لا نهاية له من قبل أمريكا الشيطان الأكبر، الذي يعطي الإسرائيلي كل ما يريد بعشرات المليارات من التسلح والإمكانات والدعم، فضلا عن حضور السفن وحضور الطائرات وحضور الخبرات وحضور كل شيء من قبل أمريكا لمصلحة إسرائيل. عامل القوة الثالث هو إحضار 5 فرق على الحدود، بحيث أن هذا الجيش بهذا العديد يفترض أن يقدم نتيجة كبيرة جدا. لاحظنا أن عنصر القوة الذي ينتفع به هو الطائرات، أما العنصرين، عنصر الجيش وعنصر القتل والإجرام، فهما سلبيان تماما، لأن الإجرام والإبادة هذا له انعكاسات على مستقبل الكيان الإسرائيلي. وأما الجيش شايفينه واقف على الحدود ما عم يقدر يقرب. قال كان عندهم فكرة أولية، يريدون المناورة لمعرفة مدى التقدم. كذابين، واحد عنده 65,000 جايبهم بده يوصل على الليطاني، لكن وجد أن مستوى المواجهة كان كبيرا جدا وهو يخشى من الالتحام، ولذا اقتصر إلى الآن على هذه الجبهة الأمامية، وهو يعلن بأنه لم يعد لديه أهداف إضافية لأنه واجه مقاومة صلبة. هذا أولا. ثانيا، متى تتوقف هذه الحرب العدوانية؟ أنا لح لكم بوضوح كامل قناعتنا أن أمرا واحدا فقط هو الذي يوقف هذه الحرب العدوانية، وهو الميدان بقسميه: الحدود ومواجهة المقاومين للجيش الإسرائيلي على الحدود، والثاني هو الجبهة الداخلية، وأن تصل إليها الصواريخ والطائرات حتى تدفع ثمنا حقيقيا وتعلم أن هذه الحرب ليست حربا قابلة لأن ينجح فيها الإسرائيلي. أطمئنكم بالنسبة للحدود، يوجد لدينا عشرات الآلاف من المجاهدين المقاومين المدربين الذين يستطيعون المواجهة والثبات. طبعا مش عشرات الآلاف موجودين هلأ على الحدود، لكن في بدائل كثيرة، واللي موجود على الحدود هو اللي بيتحملوا الحدود. الإمكانات متوفرة سواء في المخازن أو أماكن التموضع، وكذلك بطرق متعددة. ما تخافوا على الإمكانات، الحمد لله موجودة وقابلة لأن تمدنا لفترة طويلة إن شاء الله تعالى. الأمر الثاني بالنسبة للجبهة الداخلية، ستصرخ إسرائيل، ستصرخ من الصواريخ والطائرات، وبالتالي لا يوجد مكان في الكيان الإسرائيلي ممنوع على الطائرات أو الصواريخ. على كل حال الأيام آتية، والأيام الماضية كانت نموذج، والذي سيحصل سيكون أكثر فأكثر. نحن لن نبني توقع وقف العدوان على حراك سياسي، ولن نستجدي لإيقاف العدوان. سنجعل العدو هو الذي يسعى إلى المطالبة بوقف العدوان. يعني هو بده يوصل وقت يقول أنا خلص ما عاد قادر، لأنه كل العوامل الأخرى مع اندفاع نتنياهو، مع اعتقاده أنه بيقدر يحقق شيء، ما بتنفع. حتى نحن الآن لا نبني لا على الانتخابات الأمريكية، سواء نجحت هاريس أو نجح ترامب، ما إلى قيمة بالنسبة لنا، ولا نعول على الحراك السياسي العام، ولا نعول على أنه اكتفى نتنياهو ببعض المكتسبات. لا، حنعول على الميدان، حنخليه يدرك تماما أنه في الميدان خاسر وليس رابحا، وهذه الخسارة ستمنعه من تحقيق أهدافه. نحن بالنسبة إلينا كحزب الله كمقاومة خيارنا الحصري هو منع الاحتلال من تحقيق أهدافه. شو حيقدر يحقق؟ إلى الآن على الجبهة الأمامية ما قدر يحقق اللي بده إياه، بالاعتداء على الناس ما قدر يحقق اللي بده إياه، محاولة التهجير والنزوح من أجل أن يضغط من خلال الناس علينا ما نجح، لأن هؤلاء الناس يعشقون المقاومة، أولادهم مقاومة، أرواحهم مقاومة، بيوتهم مقاومة، مستقبلهم مقاومة. حاول أنه يعمل طيب للفتنة بين النازحين والمستقبلين، لا أبدا، ما حزر، لأن المستقبلين أيضا يدركون أن الخطر ليس على النازحين فقط، ليس على المقاومة فقط، الخطر على كل لبنان. ولذلك هذا التفاعل أنا بعتبره جزء لا يتجزأ من المقاومة. يعني النازح الآن في الموقع المقاوم، مستقبل النازح من الجمعيات والمؤسسات والطوائف والبلدات المختلفة والشخصيات، كلهم جماعة يساهمون في المقاومة، لأن هذا جزء من حماية الظهر أثناء المواجهة المباشرة مع العدو الإسرائيلي. قوة المقاومة، قلتوا لنا المقاومة قوية، يعني لما المقاومة بتكون قوية هذا بيعني أنه ما بتنصاب، ما بتنضرب، ما بتتأذى، ما بيتأذوا الناس، لا. المقاومة قوية ما بيعني أنه قوية يعني عندها سلاح مثل ما عند الإسرائيلي، ولا بعمره في مقاومة بالتاريخ كان عندها إمكانات تساوي إمكانات الدولة أو العدو أو الكيان أو المستبد أو المستعمر، أبدا. دائما كانت المقاومة إمكاناتها لا تقاس من حيث النسبة، لكن قوة المقاومة بقوة استمرارها رغم الفوارق في الإمكانات العسكرية. قوة المقاومة بقوة الإرادة والمواجهة، بهاي نحن أقوى. بعد ما حكينا عن هذا الوضع، ما هي النتيجة؟ وهو الأمر الثالث والأخير. ما هي النتيجة؟ النتيجة ليس في قاموسنا إلا الرأس المرفوع والانتصار للمقاومة. مع هؤلاء المقاومين الشرفاء الأبطال الذين سجدوا لله ولم يسجدوا لأحد على الإطلاق في هذا العالم، والاستشهاديون الذين باعوا جماجمهم وأنفسهم لله تعالى، لا يمكن إلا أن ينتصروا. هؤلاء سيبقوا في الميدان. 2. الثمن الغالي من الدماء والشهداء وصمود المقاومة والناس، هذا ثمن لابد من دفعه من أجل أن نصل إلى الانتصار. وتأكدوا على عظمته هو أقل من ثمن الاستسلام والخضوع، وهذا الاستسلام والخضوع مش عندنا، عند غيرنا، لكن نحن في هذا الاتجاه. ليس في قاموسنا إلا استمرار المقاومة، كبيرنا وصغيرنا. روحوا شوفوا لما بيعملوا مقابلات مع الأطفال يا أخي، أولاد صغار صبيان وبنات، اسمعوا المنطق اللي بيحكوه. والله هولي هن اللي راعبينه للإسرائيلي، إنه معقول ولد 6 سنين و7 سنين، بنت 5 سنين و10 سنين تحكي بالمقاومة وبالقوة والاستعداد والتحمل وسننتصر على إسرائيل. هذا يعني أن ما هو في داخلهم قوة لا يمكن أن تؤدي إلا إلى الانتصار. ليس في قاموسنا إلا الصبر والتحمل والبقاء في الميدان حتى النصر. لا يمكن أن نهزم، والحق معنا والأرض لنا والله معنا، إنا لننصر رسلنا والذين آمنوا في الحياة الدنيا ويوم يقوم الأشهاد. هذا وعد الله عز وجل. هلا البعض بيقول شو قصتكم انتم اوان بتربطوا حالكم بالله عز وجل؟ ما نحن مربوطين بالله عز وجل. ليش هلا نتنياهو بالمقابل هل يمكن ان يفوز؟ لا يمكن ان يفوز نتنياهو. ليه؟ لانه هو لما بيقول لهم نحن نريد النصر المطلق، مين انت حتى تعمل النصر المطلق؟ عمين معتمد على اجرامك، على الاباده؟ هذا لا يصنع نصر مطلق. معتمد انه انت عندك صلاحيات اخذتها من الكنيسة، وبالتالي غصما عن اكثر من نصف الشعب الاسرائيلي تقوده الى ما تريد، وعم بيطالبك بالاستقالة، وعم بيطالبك بانك انت تترك الموقع اللي انت فيه. مين انت حتى توعدهم بالنصر او عندك قدرة للنصر؟ على كل حال نحن بنمشي بالسنة الالهية ومتأكدين من النصر، وهو عم يمشي بسنن الشيطان وعم بيقول انه بده ينتصر، لكن نحن متأكدين انه سينهزم. عندما يقرر العدو وقف العدوان هناك طريق للمفاوضات حددناه بشكل واضح. التفاوض غير المباشر عبر الدولة اللبنانية والرئيس بري الذي يحمل راية المقاومة السياسية التي تؤدي إلى مكانة لبنان وتؤدي إلى وقف العدوان. أساس أي تفاوض يبنى على أمرين: أولا وقف العدوان، ثانيا السقف للتفاوض هو حماية السيادة اللبنانية بشكل كامل غير منقوص. هنا أريد أن أعرج قليلا على إساءة كبيرة للبنان، فيه انتهاك لسيادة لبنان، في علامات استفهام كثيرة. وأيضا فليسأل اليونيفيل وخاصة الألمان ما الذي رأوه في تلك الليلة وما الذي فعلوه في تلك الليلة، ويطلع الناس عليهم. وأيضا ما هو يطلع الناس. أنا بحب لكم لبنان بموقع قوي، بمقاومته، بشعبه، بجيشه، لكنه يتألم. ولكن اعلموا أننا نؤلمهم كما يؤلموننا. هلأ بتقلي أنه في فرق، نحن عم نتألم أكثر، صحيح، لأنه المقاومة عم تصنع مستقبل في سيادة، في استقلال أمام هذه المواجهة الخطرة. ولكن هن كمان شوفوا خسائرهم، شوفوا جيشهم على الحدود. خلال هاي الفترة البسيطة 40 يوم أكثر من 1000 جندي وضابط بين قتيل وجريح، وهن مش معترفين بالعدد الصحيح. أكثر من 45 دبابة مركافة ضربت، بيقربوا على بعض القرى وبيرجعوا لورا. المستوطنون هن بيقولوا انه في 60-70 ألف هن اللي كانوا تاركين. هلأ كم واحد تارك؟ بيروح صاروخ بيقول هذا الصاروخ نزل 120 ألف على الملاجئ. هاي الطيارة المسيرة نزلت 800 ألف على امتداد الشمال. هذا الصاروخ اللي وصل إلى تل أبيب نزل 2,000,000. شو هذا؟ كلها هزائم. وبالتالي وهذا ألم، فضلا عن أنه حياتهم مخربطة، عندهم مشكلة اقتصادية، ما قدروا يحققوا ولا إنجاز من الإنجازات اللي قالوها. صورتهم في العالم صورة سيئة جدا. ايمتين كنا نحن نشوف انه في مظاهرات بتصير بالعالم وبأمريكا بتطالب بالقضية الفلسطينية، والآن بتطالب بحق لبنان. على كل حال هؤلاء يتألمون، ولكن الفرق أنهم لا يرجون من الله ما نرجوه. إن كنتم تألمون فإنهم يألمون كما تألمون، وترجون من الله ما لا يرجون. إن شاء الله النصر لإلنا. إذا كانوا مراهنين إنه بيطولوا الحرب بتصير حرب استنزاف، على مهلكم تعملوا حرب استنزاف. نحن حاضرون مهما مر الوقت، سنبقى صامدين واقفين مستعدين نواجهكم. لن تنتصروا ولو طال الزمن. أمة أنجبت سماحة السيد حسن لا يمكن إلا أن تكون منصورة. أمة قادها سماحة السيد رضوان الله تعالى عليه ستصل إلى أهدافها مرفوعة الرأس. أمة بايعة الحسين ستهزم الأعداء. هيهات منا الذلة. رأيتم تجارب كثيرة. هذا زمن الانتصارات ولا زمن الهزائم، وسننتصر ولو بعد حين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay, I want to speak with Tatum. All right, I'll check her in a bit. Thanks, Dan. Oh, hey, Tatum. I just wanted to tell you that the Israeli delegation came to me and said that the Israeli ambassador will be speaking at the State House, and you'll have a special guest. It's a hostage that has been released. And they requested very respectfully if they could show the hostage as well on camera. So you let me know what you want to do. Yeah, sorry. So the Israeli ambassador is going to speak at State House, and he's going to have a special guest, which is one of the hostages that were free. And we would like to know if they can be shown as much as possible, just so you know. Absolutely, perfect, thank you. I told him I had to check with my director, but great, thank you. see.
You know there's a stick out around 10, yeah?
10, yeah, Israeli investor. Yes, thank you.
What's up, Rich? How are you?
That's a stakeout, right?
Yeah, 10 o'clock, I think.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, will deliver a brief statement ahead of this morning's General Assembly session. We are also joined by a special guest, Mia Shem, who the ambassador will introduce. Thank you.
Good morning. I am honored to stand here today with Mia Shem. For 50 days, Mia experienced what we cannot begin to comprehend. Mia saw her friends murdered at the Nova Music Festival, and she herself was taken hostage by Hamas terrorists. She would soon share more about the atrocities she witnessed and experienced. The United Nations is focused today on UNRWA, an organization that has spent decades fostering the very violence and terrorism that tormented Mia and her friends. We in Israel are focused on the hostages, the 101 innocent human beings still held captive, tortured daily by Hamas. The UN's complete moral failure is unforgivable. It is unforgivable that while Mia was locked in a cage alongside other women, none of the UN bodies, neither the Security Council nor the General Assembly, found the decency to condemn Hamas and demand the hostages' release. They have failed to meet this most basic moral obligation to this very day. As the UN looks the other way, I make this promise to each and every hostage, to their families, and to the people of Israel. We will never forget you, never abandon you, and never stop until you are all safely back home. Today, the UN will continue with its fixation on UNRWA, but we will always stay focused on bringing our people home. I would now like to ask Mia to say a few words in both English and Hebrew. Thank you.
קוראים לי מיה שם. לפני שנה וחודש יצאתי עם החבר הכי טוב שלי למסיבת ריקודים שהפכה תוך שעות בודדות למרחץ דמים עם מאות גופות של נשים וגברים צעירים, ירועים, קרוטי איברים ואחרים שנחטפו באכזריות אל מרתפי הגיהנום בעזה. אני נוריתי מטווח אפס והסתתרתי בשיחים כשידי כמעט מנותקת מהגוף, תלויה ומדממת. מסביבי שמעתי זעקות אימה של גברים ונשים שנאנסו ונרצחו, כשקולות צחוק סתנים מלוות את התחנונים שלהם לרחמים. את אליה טולדנו, חברי הטוב, חטפו לנגד עיניי ולא ידעתי שהוא יירצח בשבי ולא יראה אותו שוב לעולם. זמן קצר לאחר מכן נגררתי בשערי באלימות לתוך מכונית עם 7 מפלצות חמאס שחטפו אותי בקריאות שמחה לתוך עזה. 50 יום הוחזקתי לבד, פצועה קשה, עם כאבי תופת ביד, ללא טיפול וללא אנטיביוטיקה ומשככי כאבים. לאורך כל התקופה הונאתי עינויי גוף ונפש, ומחבל חמאס ישב מולי בחדר חשוך כשנשק מכוון לראשי. אף גורם הומניטרי לא הגיע לראות במצבי, ומצב היד שלי הלך והחריף. ביום ה-50 הורדתי למנהרות הגיהנום, 60 מטר מתחת לאדמה. שם הוחזקתי בכלוב קטן עם עוד 5 נשים ישראליות. 2 מחבלים חמושים דאגו שנשב בחושך, בשתיקה ואימה. היינו מבועלות, מורעבות, פצועות ועמומות. ביום ה-55 הוחזרתי הביתה והגעתי לבית החולים בישראל, ברגע האחרון לפני קטיעת היד שלי, שכבר הייתה במצב של זיהום קטלני. עברה מעל שנה מאז הטבח הנורא שעברנו, ואף אחד באום לא נקף אצבע כדי לשחרר את חברותיי. כדי לשחרר זקנים חולים, גברים צעירים ואמא אחת עם 2 תינוקות. אני עומדת כאן כדי לזעוק את זעקת 101 החטופים והחטופות שעדיין נמצאים במרתפי הגיהנום כבר 397 ימים. תביטו בי. אני ההוכחה שאפשר להציל אותם. אני קוראת לכם להציל את מי שעוד ניתן להציל ולהחזיר גם את מי שאינו בחיים לגבורה עולמת. ברגע הזה, 60 מטר מתחת לאדמה, בתוך כלוב אפל, בלי אוויר, מקופלות החברות שלי. הלב שלי איתן שבוי בעזה. אני עומדת כאן רועדת מאימה ודורשת מכם להחזיר את כולם הביתה עכשיו. תהיו בני אדם, תזעקו את הזעקה שלנו, תעזרו לנו להחזיר אותם הביתה. My name is Mia Shem. 1 year and 1 month ago, I went with my best friend to a dance party. It became a bloodbath. Hundreds of young men and women were shot, dismembered, and others were brutally kidnapped to the tunnels of hell in Gaza. It was shot in point-blank range when my arm almost detached from my body, hanging and bleeding. All around me, I heard screams of people being raped and murdered, while their butchers left. Elia Toledano, my best friend, was kidnapped before my eyes. I did not know that we would be murdered and I would never see him again. I was then dragged by my hair into a car with 7 Hamas monsters who kidnapped me while shouting with joy. For 50 days, I was kept alone, suffering from unbearable pain in my hand, without any treatment. A Hamas terrorist will sit in front of me in a dark room with a gun pointed at my head. Not a single humanitarian agency saw me or treated me, even as my arm got worse. Where was the Red Cross? Where was the UN demanding that we have access to us? On day 50, I was lowered into the tunnels of hell, where I was kept in a small cage with 5 other Israeli women. 2 armed terrorists made sure we sat in the dark in silence. When I returned home, I needed life-saving surgery on my arm. It's been over a year, and the UN is not lifted a finger to free the hostages. You sit here in your comfortable chairs, demanding the lives of my friends as if they are political issues and not innocent people being tortured by terrorists. I ask you, why do we have even a United Nations if you won't stand for us in the darkness of moments? What good are your resolutions, your debates, your empty promises? If the sick, the elderly, mothers and their children are left to rot in terror tunnels, I stand here to echo the cries of the 101 hostages who have now been in hell for over a year. Look at me. I am proof they can still be saved. In this moment, 60 meters underground with no air, no light, no hope, my friends are still being held by monsters. My heart is still with them, captive in Gaza. I stand here and demand that you bring them all home now. Just be human. find some morality, find some courage, and speak up. Help us bring them home.
Thank you very much.
Question? Ambassador, can we get your reaction to the U.S. election and what you think it means for the UN?
We congratulate President Trump for the victory, and we are looking forward to work with him, with the administration. We have major tasks ahead of us. The enemies of the United States are the enemy of Israel, and I'm sure we will continue to work together.
You were here the first time around. What are you expecting to see at the UN specifically?
Well, I think there's a lot of things to change at the UN, to reform, to show the moral clarity, and I hope that the new administration will lead to that direction. Thank you.